Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of August 18th, 2020. Call the meeting to order, and I ask for a roll call, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, public employee appointment, and 14B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54957B1 and 54956.9D1. We will return at 7:30 this evening. Again, I repeat, we're going into executive session, and we will return at 7:30 p.m. We'll see you then. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of August 18th, 2020. We've been in executive session until now, and in fact, we will be going into executive session at the conclusion of this meeting, so there's nothing to report at this time. I want to wish everybody a good evening, and thank you for joining us for tonight for our City Council meeting. We are now returning back from closed session to resume our meeting, which is scheduled in advance to begin today at 7:30, but because of the press of business, we're a little bit late. I want to again thank you for all your patience through these unprecedented times that we're facing. It is important to us that you still have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting that you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have all been forwarded to the City Council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will later be added to the public record for tonight's meeting. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is when there is a public hearing. Comments for those will be relevant to the agenda-sized hearings and will be taken as part of that hearing. You may participate tonight by calling into the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen and throughout the evening. Please be patient when calling in. Please also be aware that our call center is very busy making multiple telephone calls or taking multiple telephone calls. So you may get a busy signal when you call in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. been processed as supplemental material for tonight's council meeting?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, then the next item on our agenda will be a flag salute, followed by an invocation. The flag salute tonight will be led by Councilmember Kalani, and the invocation by Councilmember Matucci. Councilmember Kalani, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Please join me as we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, as we navigate through life in Torrance, I hope we can all find that together we can solve issues. There's no doubt that 2020 has been one challenge after another. We should all find comfort in knowing that the people of Torrance are strong, loving, caring, and most importantly, the people of Torrance are passionate. That passion is what keeps our beautiful city clean and safe. It is what drives innovation, problem solving, and improvement. May the Lord look over us during these difficult times, and may we stand united in protecting our wonderful city. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I'll take a report of the City Clerk on the post of the agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, August 13th, 2020.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Councilmember Griffith.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Yes, Your Honor, this is Leroy Jackson. There are no withdrawn or deferred items. There are supplemental materials which are available online on the city's website for items 7 oral communications, correspondence received from the public, and item 9B, received update on the Coyote management plan, interdepartmental transfer, and trapping service. Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcements. Councilmember Matucci, I believe you have an announcement.
Yes, Mayor, I do. There's a reminder that the 2020 census is still accepting submissions online, by phone, or by mail. To submit online, please visit 2020census.gov. That's 2020census.gov. It's not too late to complete your 2020 census. The information you provide will determine how much funding will be distributed to the states and communities each year, in addition to determining the number of seats each state has in the House of Representatives. The City of Torrance currently has self-response rate of 72.7%, which exceeds the state average of 65.1%. If you'd like more information on how the 2020 census can help shape your community, please visit 2020census.gov. Let's help shape our community's future by ensuring that Torrance reaches a 100% participation rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths, you have an announcement?
I sure do, Mayor. And as if 2020 hasn't been rough enough with all the things we faced, now we've got mosquitoes. As a member of the West Vector Control District of Los Angeles County, I would like to inform you that the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control has received many complaints and suggests that the mosquito population has again increased dramatically this year. This is a serious potential health risk. The newly arrived Aedes mosquitoes have the ability to carry and spread dengue fever and Zika and other viruses. So far, thankfully, there have been no known locally acquired transmissions of those diseases in our area. But as a reminder, West Nile virus is transmitted to people and animals through the bite of an infected mosquito. 1 in 5 persons infected with the virus will exhibit mild symptoms, which can include fever, headache, body aches, nausea, or skin rash. These symptoms can last for several days to months. 1 in 150 people infected with the virus will require hospitalization. Severe symptoms include high fever, muscle weakness, neck stiffness, coma, paralysis, and possibly death. Here are some helpful tips to prevent and protect yourself from mosquitoes. Eliminate standing water in clogged rain gutters, rain barrels, discarded tires, buckets, watering troughs, or anything that holds water for more than a week. Ensure that swimming pools, spas, and ponds are properly maintained. Fill plant saucers with sand or fine gravel so pools of water do not form. Work with neighbors to make sure they know about the mosquitoes and how to keep watch over their yards. If collecting rainwater, make sure your rain barrel remains securely screened and sealed to prevent mosquito breeding. Put screens on your windows and doors. Wear long sleeves and pants. Apply insect repellent containing DEET, oil of lemon eucalyptus, picaridin, or IR 3535 to exposed skin, and always use as directed on the product label. Find the insect repellent that is right for you. Report mosquito bites received during the day, and report mosquitoes that are black with white stripes on the legs and back. For more information, visit www.lawestvector.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That takes us to community matters. Item 6A is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance honoring Alan Brady upon his retirement from the city after 22 years of service. Whereas Alan was hired by the City of Torrance in December of 1997 as a custodian with the General Services Department. He was promoted to a senior custodian position in August 2016 and entrusted to supervise the custodial staff. And whereas over the span of 22 years, Alan provided custodial support in many buildings serviced by the custodial division and worked both day and night shifts. In his later years with the city, Alan served as the night senior custodian, overseeing the setup of council and commission meetings. And whereas Alan's professional knowledge and personal skills allowed him to accomplish department goals and objectives with ease, achieving the best product for his team and the citizens of Torrance, California. And Alan frequently received recognition awards for supporting City of Torrance events, such as the South Coast Air Quality Management District board hearings and responding expeditiously to custodial requests in facilities he worked in, including preparing for scheduled city council meetings, closed sessions, and community workshops. And whereas Alan was motivated and highly committed to the position at the City of Torrance, always leading by example, Alan enjoyed mentoring those he supervised. He would consistently provide a pleasant comment to his coworkers and staff and could always be counted on when needed to lend a helping hand. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Alan Brady for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ. And be it further resolved that Alan be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years, introduced, approved, and adopted this 18th day of August, 2020. I want to say before we take a motion on this that Alan has been a tremendous employee and a tremendous friend. Alan served in the military, and for that, sir, I salute you and thank you for your service to the city. Thank you for your service to your country. Thank you for your friendship all along. The name Alan Brady, to some of the younger people out there, is probably just another name, but to Alan knows it was it was a name in Mary Tyler Moore's show played by Carl Reiner. And as older guys, we joked about it quite often that he wasn't the Alan Brady from Brady the Bunch. He was Alan Brady from Mary Tyler Moore's show. And we're going to miss seeing you around, Alan, but please stay in touch. Now I will take a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-86, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Alan Brady upon his retirement from the city after 22 years of service.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, I move to adopt resolution number 2020-86.
Councilmember Matucci?
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes to speak total to speak on two or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes. Then they will be disconnected automatically. And if you go over the time period allotted, you'll be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda items or items that you wish to speak on. Or if you want to make a general comment, I want you to remember there is a delay in the broadcast. Do not try to follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones as they really don't work in this format. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. If you're not on topic or we cannot tell if you are speaking on topic, you will get a warning to get on topic. And if you get off topic one more time, you will forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. So please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. Again, the rules for oral communication are that this portion of the meeting is reserved for public comment on items on not on the agenda or on topics of interest to the general public. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised on public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. And we've heard the time limit. Call center, do we have anybody who is ready to address us?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin to patch the callers in.
Thank you.
Julia, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
My name is Julia Rich. I'm a secondary school teacher. There is nothing more important to me in the world than my students, and Christopher DeAndre Mitchell could have been one of my students. It only took 15 seconds for officers Concannon and Chavez to murder Christopher DeAndre Mitchell while he was resting in his car. I will keep calling until you complete BLM's demands of hiring a civilian oversight commission and to fire officers Concannon and Chavez. Please stop hiding behind fake religious morality and protect my past, present, and future students. Thanks.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Jada, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Torrance City Council must fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, the officers that were responsible for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. And in addition, Torrance City Council must create a civilian oversight commission of the police department, of the Torrance Police Department, and I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Jonas, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Just general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So every week, really embarrassing people call into the city council meeting and defend racist cops that murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell on site. They suggest that Christopher deserved to die simply because he was in a stolen vehicle, and they place him in subcategory of criminal. However, I grew up in Torrance, and I personally know some white men my age, which is also Chris's age, who have been followed by Torrance PD in a stolen vehicle while on drugs and live to see today. These cases alone show that our police suffer from severe racial bias that is so bad that a black man was murdered for sitting in a parked car. Meanwhile, white boys who actually put the public in danger get second chances to live long lives. Fire Matthew Concannon, fire Anthony Chavez, create a civilian oversight commission. When Torrance police and their supporters say criminals are a threat to our city, we know that they're using racist euphemisms to dehumanize and devalue black people. For every day that goes by and you do not take action.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Caitlin L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hi there. I'm calling for general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments of the previous callers. As a secondary public school teacher, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell could have been one of my students too. Following up on what Jonas said, there's no reason that sleeping in a vehicle is incrimination of a crime. So every person who was called into this meeting defending the murderers, Anthony Chavez, Matthew Concannon, would really like to do some interesting research on who they are calling from and for. And the demands here are very simple. Fire the officers who murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Quit protecting them and show Torrance that you have the courage and moral fiber to defend citizens against murder by cop. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was unarmed and compliant when these officers took his life. He was executed without a trial or evidence on suspicion of a petty crime. And this is honestly pathetic. Like, we're in the middle of an uprising. Now's your chance to actually hold your own police officers accountable. I demand justice for his family and his...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Andrea S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm going to echo everybody else before me and say that you need to fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon. Anthony Chavez has already killed before. He killed Michael David Lopez in addition to Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I also want to echo the sentiment that we need to establish a civilian oversight commission, which is not even a hard thing for you to do. You can follow LA Sheriff's Department's example. And I don't understand why you're so afraid of that. And make sure, and for the civilian oversight commission, police officers should not be involved with at all. It should be an independent body. It's not a hard request. Like, city council isn't doing a good, or the city manager isn't doing a good job of holding the police accountable. And I'm pretty sure you're not holding the police accountable because Torrance Police Officers Association endorsed you and basically bought you your seat. So, fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Beverly F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Beverly F.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said S instead of F.
Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on, please?
I'm calling on orals and on 9B.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes start now.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you all for your service, and I want to give you some updates on the Torrance Rose Float Association. As you know, the Torrance Rose Float will not be going down Colorado Boulevard this year because in January because the parade has been canceled. But we are still trying to take care of our community, and one of the ways we can show how we care for each other and our city is to wear our face masks. And on that note, the Torrance Rose Float Association is selling customized face masks with, whatever picture you want to put on it, and this is saying this is who I wear my mask for. So you can go to our website and check that out at torrancerosefloat.org. The other thing I wanted to let you know is, I know you enjoy dining around Torrance, and that possibility is still available. You can do that and help our restaurants stay in business and also support the Torrance Rose Float Association. The Torrance Tavern has agreed to do a fundraiser for us on Wednesday, September the 9th from 11 a.m. to midnight. You can go to our website and get the flyer, and if you present that to the server at that time, they'll give us 20% of the cost of your meal to the association. We would greatly appreciate your support. And then I did have a question on 9B. When I'm looking at the questions from Councilman Matucci, and he was asking for what all was trapped, I don't see where they trapped anything in North Torrance. And we have a lot of coyotes in North Torrance. I see them walking down the street in the daylight. They live in the nursery. It seems to me you should put a trap in the Toro nursery because there are a lot of coyotes living in there.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Mary Ann, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, I'm calling based on the fact that the bullshit that y'all are pulling with call times and meeting changes and abuse of the Brown Act and Robert's rules, you were really, really overreaching. I can't even imagine, like, if somebody wants to call in on a topic and then it's not in real time. And at the end of the day, all that bullshit is getting in the way, and your actions are getting in the way of justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, fire Matthew Concanon, Anthony Chavez, and create the Civilian Oversight Commission. It's just not that fucking hard.
Mayor, that caller has disconnected herself, so I'll move on to the next caller. John R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yeah, journal comment, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for hearing me. The item I wanted to address is the future proposed encryption of the Torrance Police Department's radio broadcast. First and foremost, it's an obvious and flagrant violation of First Amendment freedom of press, as it would serve to huge as a sort of impediment to said freedom of the press. And two, the most important thing you can ever find in civil service, especially that in law enforcement, is integrity, and you get that integrity through clarity and transparency. But how is it supposed to be transparent if I'm trying to listen to them over the airwaves and all I hear is garbled nonsense? Those broadcasts can be the difference between somebody going to a lengthy prison sentence or a jail sentence or their freedom. I demand that this does not take place. It is completely against the Constitution of the United States, and that's basically it. They really need not to be encrypting the police frequencies. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling again because I stand with Black Lives Matter and Cheryl Haynes in demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You say that you have no power over the police department and say and whether officers are fired. I don't believe this for 1 second. If you push Chief Berg to fire officers Concannon and Chavez, it would make a difference. So we'll keep demanding it. And if you had a civilian oversight commission, as a grand jury told you to do in 2018, these conversations of accountability could be moved from the council chambers altogether. Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Concannon. Establish a civilian oversight committee to hold the police accountable. We will not stop making these demands. You can shorten our speaking time, reschedule meetings, and change deadlines, but we won't stop. Yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Reverend, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
This is Reverend Dan Ashcroft, and I just want to tell you all need to put a civilian review board over the Torrance Police Department for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and for the murder of all those that have yet to seek justice by the Torrance Police Department. The young man came on and talked about the encryption, the police department trying to further put a layer of non-transparency over themselves. And the only people to hold them accountable is a civilian review board. We've been calling for that since 2018. And y'all need to do the right thing. Why? Because y'all bitch asses had all this time to sit on your bitch ass asses and do nothing. And what happens to bitch asses who do nothing, sit and do nothing? They get a big bruise on their ass and sitting for too damn long. So get up and do something, you bitch ass motherfuckers. Fuck you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I think it's ridiculous that you try to silence us through all of these absurd tactics that make your life more difficult, and yet we break through every single one of these barriers. The best way to silence us is to meet our demands. It's real simple. Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Concannon. They are a danger to the community, and they should not be on the streets. It's just reality. Create a civilian oversight commission. You were told to do so by a grand jury in 2018 before Christopher was murdered. It's not difficult. Many cities have this. You need to have it because clearly, even though the city manager and the chief of police and the city council are supposed to have oversight over the police, clearly they don't because y'all gave rewards and raises to these motherfuckers who killed somebody. That is not oversight. This is why you need to create a civilian...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Annika, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, my name is Annika, and my family has owned property in the South Bay for about 40 years. I'm calling in solidarity with Haynes and Black Lives Matter. I'm calling to demand a civilian oversight commission and to fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon to help ensure that what happened to Christopher DeAndre Mitchell doesn't happen to anyone else in my community. I'm also really disgusted by the callers last week who thought it was necessary to call that murder justified, even though Christopher had no trial and he was killed by officers within 15 seconds of them arriving on the scene, and with one of whom had already killed a civilian previously. He didn't deserve to die, and it's just disgusting to say that, especially when you know that his mother's on the line. It's gaslighting. It's horrible. Those cops committed a senseless act of violence, and they should be fired. Please stand up for your community.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Kathy B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
I'm calling for oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So, with almost everybody who called in before me, I am calling in solidarity with Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mother, Sherilyn, and Black Lives Matter to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murder. You need to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and you need to establish a civilian oversight commission to hold Torrance PD accountable. That would be infinitely easier than all of the extra-ass work you've been doing to try and shut us out, silence us, quiet us down, cutting our talk time to 1 minute, making it harder to call in. I had to call 51 times to get through to you. That is freaking ridiculous. It would be so much less work, but y'all are so determined to placate your white supremacist bullshit and the handful of people in Torrance who actually are on that crap and think that murdering a young man in cold blood in 15 seconds is acceptable or just.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Andy, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
If it's me, Andy, then I would like to speak on 8A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E.
Thank you.
And the oral communication, the public comment.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes start now.
Okay. 8A, I just would like to point it out to you, council members, that these reports, including data that just recently we got over 2,000 unemployed people. And this is just the beginning of COVID-19, and this is before the worsening of the thing going to come in. So this is just the beginning. So be ready for the rest of the unemployed. Study this report real carefully. 9B, about the coyote issues. People don't feed the coyotes and don't kill the coyotes. Let the coyote be. If you don't leave your cats out, the coyote won't eat it. If you don't leave food and water out there, the coyote not going to be surviving. 9C. 9C, I would like to say to anybody, be a man, speak up, and say no to Furry. Furry was elected to mayor at the first place with the cheat and the lie and illegal contribution money for election. Don't be part of the problem. Don't say yes to Furry's self-appointment. Say no to Furry to be anything. I don't want Furry to represent me or anybody else. He's a shame of Torrance. Okay. A few words to Aram Shaparian, who got elected for this interim city manager thing. Aaron, congratulations, but my mother used to say that don't get in or on a sinking boat. Torrance is sinking financially, so stay away from it, man. It's going to be your problem. Get out of the sinking boat. Okay, the 9E is I love it. You are repairing the street, but 2-year contract for 1 mile or so road repair is for $3 million. I just can't believe it. They're going to be work on that short part of the street for 2 executive years, for a period of 2 years. And in my free comment, I would like to say that it's going to be very hard time here in the city of Torrance because the criminals just going to pop up and multiply. It would be very important if the people could listen to the police radios. That would be a lifeline. We would know what's going on the city, and we, the citizens, could call and help the police. It's not just transparency. It's not just like, don't work behind closed doors, but we, the people, could have the police, and the police could have the people informed where is the situation going on or what's going on in the city. Encrypting the radios.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Sherlyn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm demanding accountability. Those officers murdered my son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, within 15 seconds. Christopher posed no threat to them. He did exactly what they told him to do, and he was not armed. But they still chose to pull the trigger and take his life. They actually profiled him. They were trigger happy, and they just stole my son's life. And I'm hurting right now. So I'm demanding that Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon be fired. Sullivan saying that Mayor Fury can't do nothing. Mayor Fury, you could do something. You could suggest. You're not speaking up. You choose not to. If it was your child, you would do anything in your power that you can do to get these officers fired and put in jail and held.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Jaden V., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
The one thing I would like to say in this thing is please stop the encryption of police radios. I think that the police need transparency, and with the encryption of radios, they don't have that. It's really public information. Like, according to law, we have the right to get information that our government has, and it's kind of hard to do that when we can't even listen to the police radios on scanners anymore. We pay for it as the public. We pay for it, and it's sad that we can't even listen to what we pay for. And they encrypted it, and I'm pretty sure that costs a lot of money. And just so they can stop transparency, I think I also agree with the other people on the line calling for a civilian oversight board. I agree with that 100%. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Joe, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Hello?
Joe, can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
As someone born and raised in the city of Torrance, I'm deeply frustrated that I have to keep calling in every single damn week because you all refuse to listen to the voices of the people you are supposed to work on behalf of. Fire murderers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a civilian oversight commission now. Acknowledge that the deep inherent racism in Torrance is actually here. Listen to us and act. Not only because it is your job and civic duty, but because it is the right thing to do. While Torrance is being heavily blasted worldwide right now for its most recent acts of racism in Torrance is nothing new. And I know because I grew up here and experienced it firsthand. You are all disgraces in the name of justice, equality, and true democracy. And we all will not stop until true change is achieved. Fuck you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Jessica F., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, yes, I'm calling in solidarity with BLM, and I am asking for justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murder. Week after week, we continue to call in, and week after week on the news, I continue to see these headlines of white supremacists operating in Torrance. The longer that the mayor and city council stays silent about what these police officers have done, the longer you're siding with these emboldened white supremacists. The white supremacists who continually call in on this line on Tuesdays are getting more support from the mayor and city council than people who are looking for justice for a man who was murdered 15 seconds after he was pulled over by the Torrance police. Do the right thing. Just
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Anna A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
A general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling again to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You have to fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who shot and killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell within 15 seconds. As so many callers have already pointed out tonight and every other week, this decision to take that life was made in racism, and officers that make those kind of judgments should not be serving our community in any way. And the fact that they will not only face any repercussions, but have been honored, really sends a message that this council just doesn't care for its black constituents, and it's disgusting. You have blood on your hands. I also demand that the council enact a civilian oversight commission for the TPD. That is just so simple and logical, and I just quite frankly do not understand why it hasn't been.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Glenn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I'm Glenn. I live in Torrance. I fully support the police. You don't have to fire anybody. Keep up the good work. These people calling in, they're either paid agitators or they're misguided but well-meaning Torrance residents. BLM, burn, loot, and murder. They're a terrorist, Marxist organization. Look them up on their website. Their agenda is nothing but Marxist misery. Don't listen to these people. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Rich S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Okay, this BLM Marxist BS is getting ridiculous. We do not want our great city of Torrance to end up like the shithole cities of Chicago, Portland, New York, Seattle, and all the other so-called peaceful protesters in Democratic-run cities. The supporters of BLM have no idea what they even support because they have not even read their own mission statement on their own website. They have a referendum to talk like they're just lunatics. We need to stand up to the BLM bullies. We should be able to listen to the Torrance Police Department scanners because the residents of Torrance should be able to know what the hooligans are up to next. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Derek, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yeah.
Derek? Yes. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I am a public school teacher and a resident of Los Angeles. In solidarity with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, I am demanding the following 2 steps be taken to immediately provide justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, his mother, and his entire family. Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Immediately create a civilian oversight commission to provide necessary transparency and accountability for the Torrance Police Department and the killer cops like Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. How dare the mayor and the rest of the city council not show any kind of compassion, love, and support for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mother and the rest of his family? Where is your compassion as a human being, and how dare you not support the family of one of your residents? Shame on you, and by doing so, you, mayor, and the rest of the city council members are racist and are actively working to uphold white supremacy in your city. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was shot within 15 seconds of being engaged by the police, and he was completely complying in those 15 seconds.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. David E., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yeah, hi, this is David, and I'm calling on 9A, 9B, and 7.
Thank you. Your 3-minute start now.
Okay, so I wanted to start with, I guess, 9A, which I think is the COVID update. And so there was some discussion prior about playgrounds, and I just wanted to kind of bring you guys some information that you may or may not have. But during the day, UV light from the sun very significantly helps to inactivate coronaviruses, and higher temperatures also help to remove and inactivate, not remove, but inactivate coronaviruses. And also porous surfaces such as the sand that's in playgrounds tends to damage the viral envelope. So you can think of the virus as having a cellular membrane that's actually made out of your own cells as new viruses bud from that cellular tissue as the virus replicates. And it's a very sensitive kind of an envelope because it's made from epithelial cells, which are very, deep inside of your body, mucosal cells, which are very sensitive to begin with. And the virus outer shell or membrane is, or envelope is the proper term, is actually made from that material. So it's very easy to damage. And basically playgrounds tend to be fairly hostile to that for the most part. The UV is hostile, the heat's hostile, and the sand is hostile, and thing that it's fairly easily damaged. So I also wanted to mention that the CDC is currently defining a close contact as someone who is within 6 feet of an infected person for at least 15 minutes. So, and that assumes that you're within and that's for indoor and for environments where there's respiratory type droplets or more likely aerosols, which really don't last outdoors, so they blow away. So essentially, in an open environment, it's very safe. I think it's a good idea to open the playgrounds, and keeping in mind also that, our current rates, maybe 1 out of 1,000 people is infected. So I guess if you had 1,000 kids within the playground, one of them might be infected and might then infect a neighbor kid, but it's just extremely unlikely that this kind of thing would happen, and the kids tend to do very, very well with this anyway. A friend who he and his wife both had it, and was
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. I'll move on to the next caller. Sarah S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling in to demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I demand that you fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder that they committed, and the fact that you let them on the force still till this day shows how cowardice you all are. And I know you're sitting all behind your desk right now pretending to listen to this, thinking that you care about the people of the city when you really don't. I demand that you establish a civilian oversight for TPD, effective immediately. That shouldn't be hard to do. Get off, all of you get off of your high horses and actually start listening to the demand of the people of the city for once in your goddamn lives, because there's blood on all of your hands right now. Shame on all of you. You're all white supremacists, whether you want to face it up or not. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. R. Hernandez, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Thank you. I'm calling on item 9B, the Coyote issue.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Please trap coyotes in North Torrance this October through the February 2021 plan, and consider a plan to trap year-round from then on to bring down the coyote population. They are aggressive now, and they no longer fear us when we haze them. Every night we hear the coyotes howling and the cries of animals they kill, and often it's our own pets. The coyotes are jumping over high fences with ease and attack, and they take and kill our pets while in the company of their owners. During night and day, the coyotes have been seen coming in and out of the Toro Nursery, El Camino College parking structure, and Alondra Park, to name a few locations. The presence of so many coyotes in North Torrance have affected the emotional, mental, and physical well-being of the residents here, and has jeopardized our pets. We're really scared, and we desperately need your help. Our whole peace of mind has been really affected by this. Thank you so much for the time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Michael B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Mayor, that caller appears to have disconnected himself. I'll move on to the next caller. Rachel M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on? Rachel? Since we aren't getting a response, Mayor, I'm going to disconnect that caller. Mary A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications?
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just wanted to point out the fact that there have been so many people who have called in support of Christopher, and that there is clearly a pattern here, and that it's clear that the people are behind this, and it's yes, this all started with Black Lives Matter coming in after Christopher was murdered at the request of the family, but you also have to realize that there has been a multiplication and amplification of this, and that now it is no longer just BLM, it's also residents of Torrance. And if you can't listen to them, then what kind of leaders are you? What kind of representatives are you? It's very clear and it's very easy to meet these demands. And the real bullies here are you guys. You continue to bully protesters. You continue to bully your residents by not listening to them time and time again. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's anti-democratic, and I really think you need to listen to the people. I yield my time.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Ann T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Oral communications?
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I'd like to thank the council and the mayor for taking this call. I do want to say that it's not racist to want to have it for business, safe community for all. It is not racist to support our police. It is tragic what happened that day, and I believe that everyone is grieved by what happened. There was actions that happened, and it is grievous. However, I do stand in support of our police. I do stand in support of having safe communities. I do stand in support of having it so that everyone of every background, from everywhere, is honored and respected and given honor and respect. I want to thank you for taking this phone call. Thank you.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Carl, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
First, I think that it's ageist that we only have a minute to call in. My mind moves just as fast as Patrick Seary's mind moves, and my mind moves as fast as white supremacy changes there. And Officer Anthony Chavez. And you need to put a civilian review board over the Torrance Police Department like the LA County Grand Jury told you to do. Please do not move as slow as my mind, nor move as slow as Patrick Seary's mind. Let's do the right thing and get justice. 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 I want justice, son. Justice, son. Yeah.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. Rachel M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
General statement.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
My name is Rachel. I am a white woman. I believe that Black lives matter. My life matters, but not more than that of my Black brothers and sisters. My words matter, not more than that of my Black brothers and sisters. The fear you monger is not a reason to arrest, harm, or murder a person of color. This fear creates policies to put fear in people of color and their allies. Police brutality is used to create fear, and I will stand against this injustice. We all should. Where is your Civilian Oversight Committee? Why should Ms. Haynes have to speak in 1 minute snippets? A woman whose child was murdered within 15 seconds of engagement. Because I am white, this would not happen to me. Justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Black lives matter. Black lives still matter.
I'll move on to the next caller, Mayor. John R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I was wondering if the Chief of Police could please give me a call at 424-672-0451. I found out that the people that were threatening me for my daughter's molestation are related to the department and to the Torrance Superior Court. I was wondering if I could set up maybe a meeting, because it's getting carried away now, It's like they're still bothering me. I get threatened every day and nobody wants to talk to me from the Torrance Police Department. I don't know why. Why is everybody hiding from me? Why is it so wrong to call up and get, justice for my little girl that was molested by relatives of them, and they're the ones threatening me with them. And, they're related to some of my family because my family is married into their family, so they can't lie about it. So I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you.
Mayor, this is the call center. I believe that there is one more person being patched in at this time. Mayor, while we wait for this one last caller to come in, will the public comment portion be closed after this caller? I believe that you're muted, Mayor. I will patch the last caller in at this time. Selma, you are now unmuted. Can you please state which agenda item you are calling on?
Public comment, please.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes. Now, I'm an old sister, and I want to make sure we get justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I think it's a shame that I have to be this old and this.
Mayor, that caller appears to have been disconnected from the line, and there are no other callers on the line at this time. Thank you.
Mayor, I think you're still muted.
Leroy, I believe he's calling back in the meeting.
My audio was cut off after that last speaker. So I'm back. We have no more speakers at orals. So now we're moving on to item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to remove any of the items from the consent calendar for additional comment? I see no hands raised, so I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. Councilmember Kalani?
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Let's try that again. Councilmember Goodrich.
We read you, but we got a lot of feedback from paper shuffling.
Are you ready for a roll call vote, Mayor?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A is from the City Manager's Office to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and discuss and consider options for responding to orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19 from staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Leroy Jackson. Staff is returning to your honorable body to provide you with an update on COVID-19 recovery efforts and to allow the City Council to discuss and consider taking whatever actions deemed appropriate for responding to orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding the COVID-19. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health is seeing signs of stability in key indicators, including daily hospitalizations and deaths. LA County is meeting 5 out of the 6 state COVID-19 county benchmarks. City staff continues to work with our business community to assist with adjusting to consistently changing operational conditions. The city will continue to reach out to our businesses and share the latest guidelines posted on the city's business resource website, www.cityoftorrance.com/reopening. Restaurants and other businesses interested in pursuing extended outdoor dining or business operations are encouraged to contact our Office of Economic Development. Questions can be directed to the Office of Economic Development either by email at economicdevelopment@torranceca.government or via phone at 310-618-5807. The Torrance Care campaign is in full swing. The Dare to Care campaign consists of a challenge, public service announcements, and opportunities for the public to show how much Torrance cares. The challenge is for residents as well as the business community and will demonstrate how our community embraces differences, diversity, and the inclusion as well as being good neighbor enthusiasm. Inspirational messages have also been added to the showcase, the diversity and inclusiveness in Torrance. Following city programs continue. Downtown dining al fresco, Friday to Sunday in Old Downtown Torrance. We'll take a small hiatus to accommodate the monthly antique fair, but we'll return in September for the final month of our pilot program. Outdoor dining is also available daily throughout the city at various area restaurants. Park ambassadors continue to work our parks, senior hotlines, virtual adaptive recreation programming, virtual teen programs. Their day camp, Sierra Golf Course is open and available. Splash Pad is open and running. Hempstead Plunge Swimming Pool, Permit Center, Farmers Market on Tuesday and Saturday at Wilson Park, Curbside Library Book Pickup, suspension of enforcement of street sweeping and permit parking enforcement is still in place, but residents are encouraged to move their vehicles on designated days to allow for street sweeping. Staff also launched the temporary commercial use of park property permit applications on Monday the 17th to serve as the business support opportunity for fitness and exercise businesses. Additionally, staff continues to work with various youth sporting groups to assist them in developing sport camps following the COVID-19 protocols for day camps and youth sport leagues. The city continues to monitor all federal, state, county guidelines, share information with our community. The public is reminded to wear face coverings at all times when in public and to follow the social distancing protocol. In addition to COVID-19, the state of California issued a flex alert over the weekend calling for statewide electrical conservation throughout this week. A flex alert is a call for voluntary electricity conservation extending through Wednesday. The flex alerts are in effect from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. each day. California's record-breaking persistent heat wave has put in extraordinary strain on our electrical system, as air conditioners are working harder and longer to keep spaces cool during the high temperatures. The city has opened a cooling center at the Ken Miller Recreation Center between the hours of noon and 6 p.m. through Wednesday. Additional days may be added if the heat wave continues. For additional information, please contact www.flexalert.org. Fire Chief and the EOC Director are available for any questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. There was a call in during public comment where a gentleman was questioning the opening of playgrounds, and he had some scientific thoughts about that. Can you opine or advise the community as to why the playgrounds are not open at the present time?
Yes, Your Honor. The county health director has guidelines not allowed them to open at this time. We are responding to county health demands and requirements. And until they release that effort, and that's probably when we complete this next step and carry us into the next phase before we can accomplish that end.
Thank you. And there are a number of telephone calls every week, probably 5 or 6, I noted this week, for elected officials and city managers to call the public health, and they're specifically addressing just about every area of concern with regard to the COVID-19 shutdown. So I would encourage people to stand by because it's changing on a daily basis. We have some questions from the council. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, once again for bringing us some information. I'm kind of disappointed, I guess, in the direction of both LA County and the state. And at this point, even as a city, we have cooling centers that are open, which are pumping air through a cooling system, which supposedly the malls are closed because of those cooling systems that are there to spread the COVID-19. But yet we're cherry picking what types of businesses will survive COVID-19 2020 or which ones are not. We've seen many businesses shut down. Many filed bankruptcy and will shut down. Yet we have, splash pads open, beaches open, certain things open that just make absolutely no sense that they're open when compared to other businesses that rely on being open in order to stay in business. We got thousands of jobs being lost within our city, and here we are, we're advertising a cooling center that's probably costing us who knows how much to keep open, and it's open with a cooling system that is the same exact reasoning why malls are closed. The malls are for Torrance, are one of the biggest sources of income for our city, but not just the income for the city, but the amount of jobs they create, not just the jobs behind the counters and on the floors, but the delivery systems and utilities they use and so on. So I really do think that we need to, as a city, take a stronger approach against our beloved LA County Health that has been making these decisions for now since March? At what point are we going to say enough is enough? I understand COVID-19 is very dangerous, but what's dangerous here is not doing anything, because what we're doing right now is just sitting on our hands and watching the state and county destroy our livelihood and the livelihood of many families across the nation. I really do hope that we just wake up and really do something about this. I'm even thinking litigation. I think there's enough destruction and also hypocrisy. I think there's a lot of hypocrisy in the decisions that are being made. Kids can't go play baseball because multiple people are going to touch the baseball, yet, a package that's sitting on some shelf is touched by hundreds of people, and that's okay. So magically, Target and Costco and Walmart magically are not affected by COVID. Their air conditioning doesn't pump the virus like everybody else. So I think we need to take a hard look about the hypocrisy of the decisions that are being made at the county level and also at the state level, and we should take action against the county, because they are destroying our livelihood, not just as a city, but as individuals. And I don't know. And I've said this before, it is disgusting to see our nation going down the road that we're going down. And yes, I do believe it's political, and it wasn't political initially, but I think there's an opportunity that has been taken, and that is, to me, is what I find disgusting, is what's going on right now. And what's even more disturbing, if we just do nothing as a city. So I ask us tonight really to possibly bring back an item to discuss action, not just reports. I'm sick and tired of these reports. March 18th, the world pretty much got shut down. Just 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 4 weeks, 8 weeks. I mean, we're months into it, and many paths of destruction, especially here in Torrance. And I think we need to really consider action against the county. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to be heard? Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I resonate with a lot of the things that Councilman Matucci said. Just want to make sure I share that. There's a lot of frustration. During a city manager's briefing, I believe Mr. Jackson said that at least the LA County is meeting 5 out of the 6 criteria that puts LA County on the watch list. And I called in to the elected officials' phone call last Friday. And correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager Mr. Jackson, is that the one that we still haven't met is the number of cases per 100,000. I think we went from 300-something cases per 100,000 to like 200. Or 200 is a threshold. We haven't gotten there yet. Do we have any insight? What is the next step should the county get to the 200 cases per 100,000 threshold? Are we anticipating which step would be next?
Either Aram or Chief Cerna may be able to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Yes, sir. This is Arab Chaparian. Councilman Chen, I believe the number is, you are correct, 200. We're at 295 now. The county has not given an indication as to the next steps, but as you stated, we have a call again this Friday morning. That is one of the questions that we can bring up, as well as follow up with the county and have an update to you for next week or sooner if we have additional information. And the county is also following the state mandate as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aram. You probably heard me ask the question last Friday that, if I believe the South Bay cities, and us included, we are actually doing well in terms of our numbers. But we just get clumped up with the whole LA County, and that state leadership is not allowing the county to selectively, keep some cities within on the watch list, even though we're doing well. So herein lies a lot of frustration. We are forced to be our brother's keeper. At the same time, we can't control the outbreaks of other cities that puts a number over the 200. But I think our citizens are doing well. I know we took a vote to not fine folks not wearing masks, but the folks are actually doing well. So I would encourage our residents keep on doing the good work, do our part. But I'm frustrated as well because I don't know what will happen once the county gets to 200 cases per 100,000, and it is frustrating. And I think Dr. Ferrer may be tired of hearing me call her, but we're trying. Thank you.
Councilman, this is Aram. Just point of clarification, it's 100. The objective is to be below 100 cases per 100,000 for 14 days.
Okay.
And we're now at 295. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Frustration is a great word, and I imagine if you're a business owner, it's way too soft of a word. It's funny how the state can carve out certain counties and allow them greater freedoms, and others other counties have to follow stricter rules. Yet, within a county, the county can't carve out cities who are doing well and allow them extra freedoms versus those other cities within that county that aren't doing well. And I feel like, to a large degree, the city of Torrance is being punished for the sins of the rest of our county. And, our demographics, our geography is very much different than the bulk of LA County. And I think that contributes a large degree to why we're doing better, I think, than other cities within the county. And so from that perspective, I'm very frustrated in how the state and the county can pick and choose and make decisions that affect us and our businesses and our economy. I've talked to so many people in our community, and I know there are a lot of people in the community that are very concerned about the COVID issue, and they're following all the rules, and they're quarantining themselves in the houses if they feel that they're at risk, and they're protecting themselves. And the arbitrary rules that seem to be put in place as to what businesses can be open and which ones can't, it just doesn't make sense to me how we can say a hair salon can't be open indoors, yet, as I always point back to, a big box store can be open with hundreds and hundreds of people all together at the same time with very, very poor social distancing, even though they may require wearing masks. But yet, hair salons and nail salons, they've spent considerable money in protecting their clients through protective equipment, disinfecting procedures, social distancing that will far exceed anything that's ever found in a big box store, yet they're not allowed to operate except for out on the sidewalk. And I mean, who's going to go get a haircut on the sidewalk, really? And I shouldn't be talking about haircuts, but it's just this just crazy arbitrary method of determining what businesses should and shouldn't be open. And the ones that are most affected are the small businesses. And to say that they shouldn't be open for the few people that are going to walk through their doors in a day is just beyond comprehension to me. And I've said this over and over.
Councilman, we lost your connection. Councilman, we lost your connection. This is Adam.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, my headset must have died. It's just this arbitrariness of what businesses are allowed to function and which ones are not. The most impact is to the small businesses. Yeah, the big boxes, they're going to stay in business no matter what. But the little mom and pops that are really struggling, and they're the people that really are the engine of our economy, and they're the ones that are being most impacted. And for our county and state officials to not be able to see that and be reasonable in their decision making as far as what's restricted and what's not, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm somebody that likes things that make sense. I like to think myself as having common sense, and the rules that were being imposed upon us, in my opinion, are not common sense rules. These are rules by people who really, in my opinion, don't have any understanding of how businesses work, and I'm just really frustrated with what we're doing to our businesses. And based on if we have to wait for the rest of the county to meet these so-called magic numbers, it could be months. And we're doing good as a city, and why are we being punished? And maybe we should look to be forming a South Bay County as opposed to being part of LA County. I'm really getting tired of what the county's been doing to us, and we're being subjected to their restrictions. And I understand you can't do a microscopic rulemaking, but come on, we're a big city. We should be able to have a little bit more flexibility within our boundaries if we're doing a really good job. We've got our own hospitals. We've got the first responders that are here to take care of us when our needs are important. We are able to communicate with our residents when there's problems. I just think we need to figure out a better way to do this than to just blindly follow what the state and the county are throwing at us. And some things I agree. I mean, we have to do our best to try to minimize the transfer and spread of COVID-19. And we've got lots of great rules for doing that are really common sense. Wearing masks, social distancing, I'm all for that. And if everybody followed those rules, I think we'd be doing really well. But clearly, I think Torrance is doing a lot of that already, and yet we're still our businesses especially are being penalized for like I said, the sins of the rest of the county. And I'm super frustrated as to knowing what to do. And is legal action the right thing? I'm not sure, but it sure would be nice if we could do something. We've all yelled at the county and the state and participated on all these phone calls, yet I don't see anything changing. And so I don't know what to do. I don't have a great suggestion, but to just let everyone know I'm as frustrated as you are, and as a former business person, I feel your pain, and I cannot imagine what you guys are having to go through to keep your doors open and your businesses. And I know many of them are making that terrible decision to close their doors. And I hope we don't look back and look at this as a horrible time in our history where we impose these ridiculous rules on our businesses and shut down a lot of hardworking entrepreneurial people who are the engines of our economy, and what's that going to do to us in the long term? I'm very concerned. I wish I had a solid answer I could give to everybody. I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilwoman Kalani.
What can we do? At one time, we all gathered together. We made phone calls. We sent letters. Maybe it's time to try to do that again. Can we absolutely say that Torrance has met all the numbers required? And let's tell people that and ask. The worst that we're going to be told again is no, but we got to keep trying. That's my thought.
Well, I think, Councilwoman, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to express our opinions, whatever those opinions are, to the leaders in the county and to the leaders in the state of California and the national leaders as well, all the time. It's not just for one time. But, you know, I'm just looking at the numbers today. Nationwide, 172,000 people have perished because of COVID-19. 172,000 people since January, or mid-January, February, about 6 months. 58,000 people were killed in Vietnam over 14 years, and we thought that was horrific. I think 172,000 people dying is horrific. It's a public health crisis. It's an economic crisis. They're both coming together at the same exact time. It was not our fault, and it's certainly not the state government's fault. I don't believe it's the county's fault as well. I think the response to it was let down at the outset. I think we've read an awful lot about that. There was a pandemic team that was put together by the previous national administration that was disposed of last year before the pandemic. We had Ebola in 2014, which was a terrible pandemic that was stymied before.
Mayor, we lost your connection, sir. Still off.
Okay, we're going to have to do something with this audio. This is about the third time I was cut off this evening. So, and I've tried different earbuds, etc. But in any event, it is a national issue. It's not just a Torrance issue. It's not just an LA County issue. It's a United States issue, and we got to wrap our arms around it. They've set some guidelines. If we meet those guidelines, and I certainly would encourage us before to get together with other cities, and I've done that, to see if there's a possibility. I really don't think after what occurred the last time that the governor is going to be very forgiving of us. You will recall when we started opening up the businesses before, we had a tremendous spike or surge, as they say, in the infections. And in fact, I don't know if you've been watching the numbers as I do, and I've been reporting them every day. These last few days have been fantastic. We've only had single digits in the last 3 or 4 days. But last week, every day we had not only double digits, but in the 20s every day of positive tests. We're up to 61 deaths in our city. The county is getting better, and we have to get better, and it looks like right now we are. When we get to the point when there's zero or really single digits in our city, and we can really show them that. But as we know, if we open up, and if you open up a restaurant here, people come from other cities and they eat in our restaurants. People shop in our stores, and their numbers are higher. And people who work in the stores, and that's what happened with the surge. A lot of the people who, the reason they shut down restaurants was because the direct information they got from the medical industry on their tracing, and their tracing was back to restaurants. And that's directly from the medical experts and the scientists. Directly went to restaurants. So that's why they closed indoor dining. That it wasn't just, let's pick a trade. They did it with a lot of thought, and it was not an easy choice. So hopefully we keep the numbers down. Hopefully things get better. And as I said, I think there is a minimum of 5 telephone calls this week for every industry to call in. But think back. Have you watched the NBA? They're playing with a bubble. Have you watched baseball? They're playing with no fans. They're wearing masks. They're socially distancing, doing everything they can. And yet St. Louis Cardinals have played, I think, a maximum of 10 games already because they've been canceled. The Pac-12 has canceled its season. I mean, does it get any bigger? Big Ten canceled their season. And every school is now coming up with, and, you know, there's bigger things. How about the schools? I mean, would we all like to reopen those schools? We sure would. But, you know, again, we're going to go back to the state says you can't and the county says you can't. As soon as they get the right, I know the people over at the Torrance Unified School District are going to open up the schools, but they're only going to do it if they know it's safe. And they're only going to do it when they're told that it is going to be safe. They don't have scientists. They don't have medical experts. We don't have scientists on our staff. We don't have medical experts on our staff. We chose a long time ago to go by the Los Angeles County Public Health Department. Long Beach has their own public health department, as does Pasadena, but they're going right along with Los Angeles, and they're all under the bidding of the state of California. So, you know, it is what it is, and I've heard that before. That's what it is here. This is a bad, bad disease, and hopefully we'll get a handle on it. Hopefully it'll go away someday, and hopefully we can get our lives back together. But in the meantime, we are all going to be frustrated. We're all going to be frustrated because businesses are not open. We're going to be frustrated because our children aren't going to school. And we're going to be frustrated when we find that friends, family, neighbors are getting sick or even worse because of COVID-19. That's the major frustration that we will feel. Anybody else? Seeing no one, I'll take a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to accept and file item 9A, the COVID-19 recovery report.
Councilmember Goodrich, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9B as in Bravo from Police and Community Services to receive an update on the Coyote Management Plan, interdepartmental transfer, and trapping service from staff.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Eve Berg, Police Chief here. This is going to be a joint presentation between the Police Department and Community Services, and we're going to give an update on the Coyote Management Program, as well as discuss the transition of the Coyote Management Program from the Police Department to Community Services. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Sergeant Dave Koenig.
Good evening, Council. This is Sergeant Dave Koenig with the Torrance Police Department, assigned to the Traffic and Special Events Division. Tonight, I will present Council and staff with a brief history of the development of the 2016 Urban Coyote Management Plan and an update of what has taken place since Council approved the 2019 Urban Coyote Management Plan on September 10, 2019. Next slide, please. Tonight, we will cover a brief outline of what has taken place since we first identified an increase in coyote activity in 2016, an update of what has taken place since Council approved the 2019 Urban Coyote Management Plan. I will share challenges we have identified, and we will discuss the transition of the Coyote Management Program from the Police Department to Community Services. Next slide, please. In early 2016, the City of Torrance began to see an increase in coyote sightings and attacks on animals. This originated in the south end of the city and at the Torrance Airport. The Police Department consulted with experts from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for direction, training, and advice. As a result, the Police Department developed the 2016 Urban Coyote Management Plan. On June 14, 2016, City Council adopted and approved the 2016 Urban Coyote Management Plan. On September 18, 2018, the Police Department was directed to evaluate the 2016 Urban Coyote Management Plan. Next slide, please. On November 27, 2018, City Council authorized a review for potential amendments to the 2016 Urban Coyote Management Plan to include an environmental review in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA. Police Department worked with several other city departments to develop the 2019 Urban Coyote Management Plan, and this was truly a team effort. This included, but was not limited to, the assistance from the City Manager's Office, the City Attorney's Office, outside counsel, Community Development, and the Office of Cable and Community Relations. On September 10, 2019, City Council approved and adopted the 2019 Urban Coyote Management Plan. Next slide, please. There were four main goals identified in the 2019 Urban Coyote Management Plan. They are: institute an annual 5-month active trapping period from October to March, hire a part-time civilian coyote management staff assistant, establish intensive education and outreach programs, and staff a 24-hour coyote hotline. Next slide, please. The first goal had to do with the annual 5-month trapping period from October to March. The trapping program didn't officially start until October 7, 2019, due to delays in getting the contracts approved. The City of Torrance did contract with critter busters to conduct the trapping during this trapping period. The trapping period did run a full 5 months, as indicated, and concluded on March 7, 2020. During that time frame, there were a total of 229 coyote-related incidents reported to the Torrance Police Department. Next slide, please. Of the 229 reported incidents, 200 were sightings. And based on the times and locations of these sightings, staff believes some of the sightings were of the same coyote. 14 coyotes were trapped in various locations throughout the city of Torrance. But unfortunately, there were 12 fatal cat attacks and 3 fatal dog attacks. Next slide, please. This map shows all coyote-related incidents reported to the police department during the trapping period of October 7th to March 7th. Next slide, please. This map shows the number of coyotes trapped by general areas during the trapping period of October 7th to March 7th. Next slide, please. The next goal was to hire a part-time civilian coyote management staff assistant to oversee the coyote management program. This was accomplished on February 3rd, 2020, when we hired Peggy Badillo-Ornstein. At this time, I'd like to introduce Peggy to council.
Thank you, Sergeant Koenig. It has been an honor to work with you and the men and women of the Torrance Police Department under the leadership of Chief Berg. You and the Coyote Management team did an amazing job working on this project for the past 4 years. I hope that we can continue to leverage your experience as the program transitions to community services. Honorable Mayor Fury and honorable council members, it is my privilege to serve the community members of Torrance in my capacity as Coyote Management Staff Assistant. I am a South Bay local and live only minutes from City Hall. I am dedicated to helping the City of Torrance minimize coyote conflict. My name is Peggy Badillo-Ornstein. I am a data translator and storyteller by trade. I graduated top of my class from the University of Southern California, both for my bachelor's degree and master's in public policy. I've worked a number of jobs working with elected officials and local governments. Most recently, I spent 7 years at UCLA working in public health as an analyst and data visualization specialist for the former Director of Public Health for LA County, Dr. Jonathan Fielding. I come to Torrance with a variety of tools to build strong, effective, and efficient urban coyote management programs. My job is to carry out your decisions to the best of my abilities. Next slide, please. In the 6 months I've been with the City of Torrance, I have conducted analysis on data collected since June 2016. I've set up a database to enable communications for outreach, created educational materials and graphics such as the "If you see a coyote, scare a coyote" graphic you'll see on the next slide. I've communicated with members of the community, and I'm currently working on a program evaluation. I've also reached out to colleagues in the field to ask about their coyote conflict strategies and take away the best practices that fit our community. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, my ability to conduct in-person outreach and presentations have been limited. I look forward to working with community services to find ways to expand my outreach capabilities. I'd like to return the presentation to Sergeant Koenig so he can elaborate on the accomplishments and the lessons learned.
Thank you, Peggy. The third and fourth goal established in the 2019 Coyote Management Plan was education and outreach programs, and they both work together. They were established a 24-hour coyote hotline, and this is staffed by a live operator located in the Office of Cable and Community Relations, where citizens are able to call in at any time of day or night and report a coyote-related incident. They have an interactive coyote map available for the public to view. This map is currently located on the city's website and allows a citizen to view coyote activity by location and date ranges. To conduct in-person engagement. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 restrictions, this has been both challenging and very limited. However, Peggy has reached out through phone calls and emails to correspond with citizens. To develop printed material, staff, including Peggy, has written short informational articles which hope to be published online and hopefully in the Torrance Seasons magazine. Additionally, handouts have been included in the water bill inserts, and prior to COVID-19, coyote warning cards were hand-delivered to neighborhoods where there had been increased coyote activity. Additionally, we have increased the number of ways the citizen can report coyote activity. We have the 24-hour coyote hotline, the My Torrance app for mobile devices, the city's website, the Torrance Police Department, and through animal control. Next slide, please. This is an example of what Peggy mentioned that she's working on, SCARE. Peggy developed this, and this is part of her public outreach and education. This is just one example. Next slide, please. I'd like to share some of the challenges that we've identified since the approval of the 2019 Coyote Management Plan. We still are finding citizens are only reporting coyote-related incidents on social media forums such as Facebook and Nextdoor. What we are doing is we're encouraging citizens to report this activity to the official City of Torrance Coyote Management Program to ensure accurate data collection so we can make sound decisions. But because social media is so popular, we are also sharing this. We also support sharing this information on social media, but only after reporting to the City of Torrance. Another one is the inability to trap in areas geographically identified with increased coyote activity. What we've done to hopefully solve this problem is we've been reviewing reported hotspots and conduct intensive survey for potential locations for future trapping. By doing this, we've been in contact and working with local businesses and property owners identified to be within these geographically identified areas to work together as partners to solve the coyote issue. We've also had limitations with in-person outreach and education, as mentioned, due to COVID-19. What we're looking at is developing material and programs with a focus on virtual communication via neighborhood Zoom meetings, where Peggy would like to have periodic neighborhood Zoom meetings to discuss the problems with those affected neighborhoods. This is the conclusion of the Torrance Police Department's portion of tonight's presentation. At this time, I would like to turn over the remaining portion of tonight's presentation to Community Services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide.
Thank you, Chief Berg, Sergeant Koenig, and Peggy Vidal Ornstein. This is John Jones, Community Services Director. Very impressed by what's taken place. I'm excited to have this Coyote Management Program come underneath the auspices of the Community Services Department. The recommendations, as previously stated by Sergeant Koenig, are certainly things that we need to focus our attention on as we move forward in these next several months. Our job initially is not to change anything, but to build upon these successes and continue this service to the community, our city of Torrance residents. The goal here is to establish or evaluate past year's actions and budget, to update the 2019 Coyote Management Plan to reflect the transfer of the Coyote Management Program to Community Services. And then what I'd like to do, if Peggy's still around, I'd like to ask her to step out and talk a little about the strategies moving forward as we want to take the next steps. Peggy, you're there?
Yes. Thank you, John. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you and the rest of the Community Services team. Managing coyote conflict is a team effort between the city, residents, and businesses. The strategy moving forward will be based on communication of information and data. When I talk about communication, I don't mean a one-way conversation where we teach and tell residents what to do. Members of the community whom I've spoken with on numerous occasions, like Judith, Fred, Shelley, and Ricky D., are our eyes and ears. They provide us with the ability to track coyote hotspots by reporting it to the city. The reports of coyote activity inform our resource allocation and outreach efforts. This is why hosting neighborhood block coyote forums is important, so we can talk to each other and constantly improve our coyote management program with feedback from residents. Developing tools for community members is important, especially in COVID times. Even though the Urban Coyote Management Program team members cannot knock door to door or speak to residents in person, there are ways to empower the citizens to alert their neighbors and take preventative steps. And finally, I plan to design a good neighbor outreach program with businesses in our city. Members of our community are their customer base. Businesses have to do their part as well. Proper trash management and informing staff who may not live in the neighborhood about nearby coyote activity, as well as other attainable measures, can make their place of business uninhabitable and uncomfortable for coyotes. If we can all work together, I feel that we can make a difference and save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peggy. And at this time, Your Honorable Body, staff are completed with their presentation and are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, John. And thank you, Peggy. Appreciate all the information and all the hard work. We have some questions, and I pegged them real quick. I got Councilwoman Ashcraft, Councilmember Griffith, and Councilwoman Kalani, in that order. And then Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you. I don't know who to address it to, but I hope everybody's still listening. I noticed on the map that a large concentration of coyotes were in the north area on some of our phone calls tonight. That was where we got a lot of calls, were concerns in the north area. But there weren't any, as I remember it, any coyotes trapped there. Is there a reason for that?
Chief Berg here. I'm going to let Sergeant Koenig, and yes, there is a reason, and we have an explanation for that.
Thank you.
Yes, Sergeant Koenig, we did find that's one of the challenges we had within the North End. At the beginning of the trapping program, as we were monitoring what was going on, we had a pretty even-based amount of coyote sightings and activity throughout the it was primarily in the southwest portion of the city, some central, and a little bit up north. As the trapping moved on, we pretty much reduced almost all of the sightings in the south end and started shifting north towards the end. The challenge at the north end, and some of the coyotes that were trapped were bordering that area, and coyotes will travel a mile to 2 miles looking for a food source. But specific to the north end, and it was mentioned by one of the callers, is we border Gardena and Lawndale in the El Camino Village area. There's a lot of coyotes at Alondra Park, Alondra Golf Course. One mentioned El Camino. And then passing through that is the Dominguez Flood Channel that runs through the city out of Lawndale. The coyotes do travel in that, and we're unable to trap at that location. That's a pathway. But just by the sheer design of it and the amount of transient foot traffic that's in that channel. A couple of the other challenges were the freeways, is where we believe they're staying and traveling from, and that's Caltrans and a lot of population with transients in that area too, which the trapper said was not a safe place to trap the coyotes and or any transients for people walking through there. And finally, we do have the nurseries, which are privately owned, and they're open to the public a lot of the time. Some of the nurseries actually have early morning walkers there. It's very challenging to trap on a property like that. But what we have done is Peggy has reached out to some of the business owners and property owners and landlords and tenants in those areas, and I've reached out to the trappers from Critter Busters, and we're looking at possibly being a trapping in some of those locations. And if we can work together as a partner with some of those businesses, then we hopefully can, if there are viable locations to trap, we can focus some more trapping in those locations up north.
Okay, so you think you're going to have a partnership of some kind with the nurseries? Because it sounds like that's where the main concern is. Is it a possibility to trap in there?
It's a possibility. We're reaching out to the business owners, because it's owned by Edison. They lease it out to the different nurseries, and there's several different nurseries there. If we can get permission to do it, and the city is okay with us trapping on private property, then we would have the trapper go out and evaluate it. I have spoken to him. He has worked with Edison and some of the utility companies in the past, and they're very flexible. But what he more is concerned with is a location to trap on that property. Open areas are not normally a trapping location. They look for paths. So he would have to evaluate and do a site survey to see if there are some valuable or variable locations on those properties at the nurseries.
Okay, so I'm hoping that he is going to do an evaluation so that we'll know a little bit more about that then. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani, I believe you were next.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
And then Griffith. I mean, that is.
He can go ahead. Go ahead.
I have Kalani, Griffith, and Matucci pointed down here. Okay.
Mayor, you're running the meeting. Go ahead and whoever you want.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, thank you. For those that don't know or don't remember, can you just share with us why the 5-month timing was chosen that it was?
That was chosen by the prior council, the Sergeant Koenig again. The 2019 Coyote Management Workshops with council, it was Councilman Rizzo, I believe, that came up with a 5-month trapping period and chose that time frame. And that was based on the time frame when the coyotes are mating and are pregnant with the pups. So it was decided by the previous council.
I see. Thank you. And then, would there be ways to maybe work together with the nurseries to maybe have trapping days, a day where maybe they close hiking or walking activities to give us a chance to maybe be more successful in capturing the ones that are in that area?
Unfortunately, you can't just trap by a day. It's actually a several-day process because they'll set the trap. It does take a little bit of time to get the humans sent off the trap, and they are checked daily by law. And the problem with the nurseries is not only they just open for walkers, but they're doing their daily operations, and they have vendors coming in and picking up property, plants and stuff also. The other problem, coyotes are looking for food, shelter, and water. So if you look at a nursery, there's plenty of shelter, there's plenty of water from watering the plants, and then we don't know what kind of food source is there. But they use those right-of-ways, as I mentioned, the nurseries, railroad tracks, the freeway, as they're traveling. That's how they travel on the freeway there, and that they travel across those properties across the city. So those are the challenges that we've had faced, but we're trying to tackle it and come up with a solution between the business owners, be it the nurseries, the Edison, and our trappers in the city.
And just one more question. The surrounding cities, they don't have a management program that we can work together with?
There's a few. Rolling Hills has one, but none of the other ones actually have a management program like us. And most of them that do have it, probably in Southern California at least, go off of our plan. It's very similar, other than the 5-month trapping program, which is unique to the city of Torrance. We have reached out to the South Bay COG and the other cities back in 2016-17, looking for a regional approach to this, because it's not just the city of Torrance problem. We just were addressing it first. At the time, the other cities didn't have an identified problem, and we're not interested.
I see. Is it possible to reach out to them again, and is it possible to relook at the program to be possibly year-round?
Reaching out to the other cities, absolutely. Year-round is up to council itself.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things you were just discussing was the issue of our neighboring cities and that this is a regional problem. And do we know if any of the other cities surrounding us are actually doing any trapping whatsoever formally?
The only one that I'm aware of that has done trapping in the past are the cities up on the hill, Rolling Hills, Palos Verdes, and they're all contracted with the County of Los Angeles. And that's just on an as-needed basis. We had actually reached out and worked with the county since 2016 and educated by them. But we even reached out to them to see if they could assist us, but they were not taking on any other cities at the time and are not currently.
Thank you. One of my concerns, and I've shared this before when this whole issue came up way back in 2016, is that if we go about doing trapping but nobody else is doing trapping, that we're going to keep trapping coyotes and they're going to continue to populate around us, and they'll see that there's great food sources here because there's no competition, because we've trapped the coyotes, and so they're going to continue to feed into us. And so we'll be the trapping center of the South Bay, but it really isn't going to do much to call the overall problem if we're the only ones doing regular trapping. And so that's why I would agree that this is really a regional problem and not so much just Torrance. But one of the things that really caught me in looking at these statistics was the map on the attachment B on the supplemental. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at these maps to say, wow, there's a big problem in North Torrance and there's a big problem in Southwest Torrance, and yet 0 coyotes trapped in both of those regions. And I don't know if that's because there's been no trapping done there, and there's so much information that's missing here. And how many traps have been put up in the north quadrant? How many traps have been put down in the south? What are the trending patterns for the sightings? And when Ms. Ornstein reached out and introduced herself to me, and I was very thankful for that, she asked me what it was that I was interested in seeing and hearing, and that was, give me statistics, give me trends, show me what's going on. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen anything. The only thing I get is a weekly statistic, which is just really, it's not a trend. It doesn't give me any history. It doesn't show me really valuable or useful information except for stats for that particular week. And if I'm not keeping track of everything week by week, I don't really know if they were up or down or sideways. And so the statistics that I'm being shown is really not being very helpful in making decisions. And I would imagine that makes it difficult for whoever's making the decision to where to place the traps should be going. And obviously, if you're seeing all the sightings in North Torrance, are we trapping in there, or are we just, all I see is a big goose egg in North Torrance? And so the piece that's missing is how much trapping effort has been made in North Torrance. And so, you know, these individual stats by themselves are really not very useful information. And to me, they just paint a incorrect picture of what's going on and what we should be doing. Is clearly we should be doing heavy trapping in the north and heavy trapping in the south border. Everywhere else seems fine, but that's not what the trapping counts are showing. And so I don't know. I feel like there's a big loss of information between these maps and the management aspect of what's really going on here. And if we've got somebody who's working this on a regular basis, I think we should be able to get better statistics and trends as to, is the, if you're monitoring them by quadrant, well, give me statistics by quadrant every week. And give me a month-by-month statistic on, North Torrance has been seeing a monthly increase for the last 6 months. That would tell me and any trapper that, well, maybe we need to refocus our efforts into that area. So I don't feel a great deal of confidence in the decision-making that's being made and where we trap, how often we trap. Certainly maybe 5 months is not enough, but I don't have the statistics broken down by month. I'd love to see the statistics for the months that we're trapping versus the statistics that we're for when we're not trapping, and see if there's significant differences that would tell us valuable information to say, we got a huge problem in a couple of these months that we're not trapping, and maybe we should revisit that. But without better statistics to tell me when everything's happening, it's hard to make a decision. Does it make sense to go to year-round trapping at double the price of what we're paying now, or even 1.5 times the price? I don't know. The statistics don't give me enough information to make that decision. But clearly, I don't think good decisions are being made as to where the trapping efforts are being done. And I need a little bit better information to have peace of mind that we're doing the right thing. And I just don't feel like we have that.
Councilman Griffiths, this is Chief Berg. Councilman Griffiths, can you hear me? I'm sorry, this is Chief Berg. So a couple of things. So remember, this is really the first season that we have done the trapping. This is kind of new for us as well. So when you talk about different trends and all that, those are all the things that we are absolutely evaluating right now, because this was our first time doing this. The other thing is, so we'll take the information that we have now, compare it to some of the other items that you were talking about, and we'll be able to make further decisions as we move forward, which is the reason why we're providing this update as well, because we need guidance from the council as to whether or not we are going to go 12 months of the year or remain on what we are right now. It's very hard for us to give any type of trends because that's what we're trying to figure out as our first season. The other item that you brought up is, we also realized that there were a large number of sightings in the north end. We started seeing that migration as it occurred while we were in the trapping season. So we did place traps in the north end. We did not get any. Simply because you see a zero there, it doesn't mean that we didn't get any. We did place them in the north end. We just didn't get any. We know that where they are traveling are in certain areas that are very challenging for us to put up traps. So that's what we're trying to work now. As again, one of the trends that we saw during this first season of trapping is, we now see where the problem areas are. And now what we're trying to do is we're working with the businesses, working with the nurseries, and working with Southern California Edison to try to be able to put traps safely on each of those public, open areas as well as private. So I hear what you're saying about the not a lot of data, but that's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Great. Well, and I appreciate that Chief, and hopefully as time goes by, we'll get better information and better statistics so that we can make better decisions. One of the things that Sergeant Koenig mentioned is that it was unclear if the city would even allow trapping to be done on private property when contracted by the city. Can we get an answer on that quickly? If that's a decision that we don't know the answer to, we need to get that answer. Is that, City Attorney, can you chime in?
Yes, this is Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. You have to get, obviously, permission of the property owner. We can't obviously go onto someone's property without their permission. And second, there are some laws about notification to surrounding properties that you'd have to comply with as well.
So do we have those mechanisms in place to get that permission, and do we have the necessary forms or legal components in place to be able to do that, or is that something that has to be developed still?
I don't believe I've been asked for that. I believe or my office, I should say. But obviously, it would be just essentially an agreement to allow the traps to be placed. I believe one of the concerns that was mentioned by the police department is obviously if it's an area with a lot of people walking or children, that's a place that the trapper does not want to place. So that's one of the other things. Just because we see a coyote in a certain area, it may not be a proper place to place a trap.
Yeah, no, and I understand the placement of traps has got to be a very, very difficult process to figure out. And the fact that, I guess up until now anyway, the only trapping that's been done has been on city-owned property, which really limits us to a very small percentage of the total land in our city. And probably the majority of the coyote activity is really not happening on city property or even within our city, but they just happen to be transient into our city. And, it could be that they're living, maybe they do live in many of these locations within our city on private property, but they also could be living in neighboring areas right outside of our city where we technically have no jurisdiction whatsoever. And so this is just makes the whole process that much more complicated. But I think through better use of data, through the more aggressive pursuit of trapping on private property in the areas where it's known to be problems, I think that would be certainly something I would recommend going forward. And maybe one of the thoughts, and I'm certainly open to discussion on this, is obviously the cost to us to go to a 12-month trapping is going to be very prohibitive in this really budget-challenged time. But maybe we could spread out the trapping and do it 1 month on, 1 month off, and do it that way, and provide for some more regular trapping throughout the whole year, but not have to increase our budget significantly. I don't know if that's an option that my colleagues would consider, but that's just one thing that came into my mind. Anyway, that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. That last thing, I think perhaps we should ask the coyote experts, the people who know what coyotes do. Perhaps Critter Busters would give some guidance on that, or perhaps the County of Los Angeles Fish and Wildlife. Well,
I think, and that's too where if we had statistics month by month of sightings, we would be better able to say, well, all of our sightings seem to be happening in these months, so maybe that's the months we should be focusing our trapping efforts. Yeah. But we don't have that stat.
I do recall that I think those months were chosen because that was when the pups were out or something. There was a recommendation, I guess, that they could start go hunting or something from October to March. They were born, I guess, at the end of the spring, and then by that time they're 6 months old and they're running out. I can't recall exactly how.
No, I agree with you.
5 months were chosen. Yeah.
Right, I remember that as well, and but that's because we had no statistics then, and I was hoping by now we'd have some statistics on the actual coyote activity in our city, and unfortunately I don't see that yet either. So,
well, next time we will. That's for sure.
I hope so.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, Community Development Director, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Council, Danny Santana, Community Development Director. The CEQA study, the environmental analysis that was used and prepared to update the 2016 Coyote Management Plan specifically stated the implementation of an annual coyote trapping and euthanization program between that 5-month period. If the Council is looking to expand that period, We would need to consult with the biologist that the city retained in order to add to the technical data used in the CEQA checklist and verify that there would be no new environmental impacts to be created by an expanded trapping program.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. You're absolutely right. I recall it now that you said that. So I guess we'll be looking at that as well. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of great conversations in the last couple of days with a few trappers, including Critter Busters. A gentleman that I spoke to today from Critter Busters is the actual person that was in charge of the Coyote program here, the 5-month program. He had some interesting feedback. I wish I had it on paper. Unfortunately, it was just a phone call. The numbers, for some reason, I'm getting conflicting numbers between what the gentleman told me. He was telling me that we caught 30 coyotes in Torrance, not the 14. I've also talked to different trappers from different areas, and those 30 coyotes can easily equate to hundreds of coyotes that are not in our region right now as we speak. So there is an impact. For every coyote, you're going to have less coyotes out there. I mean, it's just common sense. Talking to these, what I believe are experts, the ones that are actually going out trapping, the snare traps are the only ones that really work, just because, I guess, according to this trapper, they don't like confined spaces, so they're not going to just walk into one of those metal cages. That's just not going to happen. I also want to emphasize the fact that, I don't wake up in the morning thinking, hey, let's go kill some coyotes. I realize they're animals. They deserve to live. But unfortunately, what we've seen over the years, and also the coyote trappers all concurred with the statement, is that their numbers have drastically grown over the last decade. They're doing really good in business, let's put it that way. And 10 years ago, we never really even talked about coyotes. So we do have other situations. I think I saw an email come in from a lady calling in that there was a dismembered cat, and the 24-hour hotline said that they can't classify it as a coyote attack unless they see the coyote attacking it. I don't think that's the way we should approach those callers. Also, another gentleman that I personally know called in on 2 coyotes that were in his backyard day after day after day, and nothing was done because they weren't threatening his pets or his life, but his 2 cats and his dog were on house arrest for literally like 6 months straight because those coyotes would not go away. So we do have a coyote problem. I think it is a regional issue. There's no doubt about that. But a couple of the people that I talked to today that are trappers, they referred to our plan as proactive, and I asked to explain what do you mean by proactive, and they both said that we are solving the problem or trying to solve the problem before the incident. Most cities, their plans are a cat is killed or dismembered, and a dog is killed or dismembered, a child is hurt, and then they send out the troops to find and hunt down this coyote. They shoot the coyote, they test the DNA. Sometimes it matches, sometimes it doesn't. That's not being proactive. The damage is already done, and it's just a matter of time. The whole saying, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when a child's going to get hurt. But besides that, household pets are like family members to many. They treat them, like family members. And right now, their own backyards, their own front yards have become areas that they can't use anymore freely. And it's been like this for a few years. I think it's our responsibility as a city to look at this program. I've initially said that I thought it was weak, the 5 months out of the year. As a matter of fact, the gentleman from Critter Busters, and I understand they have invested interest. I'm sure they want a year-round trapping. I get it. But they say that it's definitely not as effective as going as for a year-round program. A year-round program, you get to follow all the trends of what coyotes do throughout the year. You're not allowing them to breed and multiply, therefore giving ourselves even more work to do. Now we're chasing 6-month-old coyotes versus, stopping them at the source or at the beginning stages, right? Again, we're not trying to eliminate a whole species. That's not the goal. The goal here, in my opinion, and I think it's all of our opinion, is to make our communities safer. We've been seeing, we were always told that coyotes are nocturnal hunters. That's not the case. These are urban coyotes that hunt whenever they're hungry. They're not, hey, let's just go out at nighttime. There's plenty of sightings throughout the day. Also, this scare program, and I commend Peggy for, trying to put something together, but a lot of the data that goes behind hazing is for coyotes in the wild. There's no data that actually shows that urban coyotes are scared of anything. They're born and raised in urban noise. So honking, waving your hands, little can with a rattle in it, it's not going to do anything. These are coyotes that are born and raised in city noise. They are not afraid. They might just look at you and just walk off. That's great, but it's not going to get them to leave the area because, again, that's where they were born and raised, and that's where they're going to hang out and eat and kill our pets and whatever else they do. So I do have a question about option 3 that it shows here. It says month-to-month coyote trapping program. I would like some explanation. Is that if we went with an option 3 and just let it ride month to month, could that automatically become a program that we do year-round without having to go through CEQA again? Or is that something that we need to talk about?
Sergeant Koenig with the police department again. As Danny Santana mentioned, any change to the time frame would probably have to consult with the company that did the CEQA originally. But the month-to-month is that the option 3 is if we were just to go on a month-to-month for that 5 months, it would be that fee. The option 1, I believe it is what we did last year also, and we were guaranteeing 5 months of trapping, and they reduced the price to the monthly fee. With option 3, it gives us the option of stopping at the second month if we want, so the price is a little bit higher. So anything outside of what was written in the contract would have to be renegotiated with Critter Busters.
And
okay,
the new CEQA.
And a new CEQA. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now, I also was told by Critter Busters that they would definitely, talk about the pricing. They couldn't obviously commit to anything because we'd have to do some kind of a, public forum to talk about getting bids from even other companies. But I think if we actually went on a year-round, got approval, got cleared from CEQA, I think that price wouldn't just be 2.5 times what we're paying now. I think it'll be considerably cheaper because there's the cost of putting up the traps and taking them down that you have to take out, and also the fact that the quantity discount. You go from 5 months to 12 months. I think that's a far more aggressive approach, far more effective approach. And from what we've been seeing, we haven't been keeping track of the coyote population, but it's obvious that there's quite a bit of coyotes in town. There's quite a bit of coyotes in the region. And like I said, there is a regional approach that we may have to take eventually, but I think what we are doing is the model for other cities to jump on board, but we need to be the trendsetters of what needs to be done. And if it's 40 coyotes a year that we catch, and then Redondo Beach does the same, and Gardena and Hawthorne and all surrounding cities, then we're going to start seeing a decrease in coyote activity. coyote deaths and coyote spotting. So I would like for us to come back with an item to discuss year-round trapping, CEQA, reevaluation, whatever that takes, and also talk about the amount of traps. I think it was like 28 traps that were placed, and do we need more traps? Do we need a different company? I think $74,000 for 14 trapped coyotes seems rather steep. But you can't blame necessarily the company that did it. It could be that there's a lot of red tape that maybe we may need to take a look at. So, having said that, I'm looking to see if we could go with a year-round trapping. That's something that I think we need to at least try out, because this 5 months out of the year has proven to be rather weak, in my opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, have been looking at this data here. I know I heard Councilman Griffith concerned about data. I'm going to do my best to interpret data. I've been doing this for quite a long time. I would also like to ask if we could have data tracking, almost just like the COVID-19 data. We have, COVID-19, we have cases and deaths. It would be good to have sightings and trapped, something like that, and then we see the trend, and that would be easy. But looking at the data on this page on the map, what's missing was the population of all the sightings in North and Southwest Torrance and the trapping that way during the 5 months when we're trapping. And then after the 5 months, did all the sightings started populating more, because once the 5 months is over, then the urban coyotes they get free reign-ish, and then if the sightings are all after the 5 months, that's hard to interpret. So I think it needs a time-based data that has sightings, location, and then trap. So that's one thing I'd like to see if we could do. Staff could help with that. I think with respect to budget and funding, I like the idea Councilman Griffith was suggesting before we break the bank, if you will. I think the idea, and then I need probably feedback from the staff. Do we need to do a CEQA? Because I think there's going to be an iterative step. If we went, instead of 5 consecutive months of trapping, if we went every other month starting October, and still 5 months, but if you go every other month, you expanded your overall timeline. So 1 month, if it's a budget issue to see if critter butters will still do that, we still give them the 5 months while we're still analyzing the data. But at least you have 1 month of continuous trapping, 1 month you're not. However, the next month, we will still catch those guys. I mean, it's like you don't need to get them every single month. You could be a longer, if we're going 12 months, if it's every other month, we will still get those trouble-making coyotes. I'm thinking really like urban terrorist warfare. That's what, you don't have to get them every day. You just have to get them every other month. We will still mathematically be able to get them. That's something, we may have to check with the critter busters if that type of contract would still work. I did look at the options here, and maybe it's based on what Councilman Matucci explained, because I did not understand why option 3 or 4, where it seems like we're doing more work. In a typical business, you got more work, more volume. The per month cost should actually go down, and it'd be if the asterisk that's not shown to us is, well, it's because we don't have a 1-year agreement and we can leave anytime, that's why the cost is more. I think we ought to take a look at if that is making sure verified, that is why. Because option 3, that's, 7 days a week for a whole year, compared to option 1, it's, you would think that with that type of volume work, per month rate should be going down as opposed to going up. That leads to, I think we should look at other vendors or trappers, and maybe even compare to what LA County is doing to the cities up on the hill. If it's a manpower issue, compare what does it cost if we supplement additional trapper from LA County, if they're keeping the cities on the hill in control. Right? How are what they're doing up on the hill different than us contracting critter busters? Because as the coyotes are smart animals and we're trapping them, at some point they will start migrating to other locations. They're not going to stay there just to get killed. And if they migrate to other cities in the South Bay, then I think there may be more interest to treat it at a regional level. If one city is not having a problem, they're less likely to jump on and say, hey, let's treat this as a regional issue.
Councilman Chen, this is Sergeant Koenig. If I could clarify a little bit on the options. Option 1 and 2, the trapper is guaranteed 5 months of service. And that's why, I think what Councilman Griffith said, or Matucci, the longer you have a service, the better the rate is. So with option 1 and 2, he's guaranteed 5 months of payment and service. That's why it's a little bit cheaper. He does have to hire additional staff to accommodate this because they normally don't work weekends. Option 3 and 4, 3 is 7 days a week with a month-to-month. Option 4 is 5 days a week, month-to-month. And he's not guaranteed that we'll be doing more than 1 month, and that's why that rate is higher. If you think of it as like you hire a pest control service, which is what Critter Busters is, and you have them come out to your house once a month for a year on a contract to spray for ants and spiders, it's a cheaper rate than you just call them up occasionally and come out. And that's the thought process behind the different options and why the rates are higher for a month-to-month service. It's he's not guaranteed work the following month.
I guess my question, what if he's guaranteed work every other month?
That would be something that we'd have to talk to the vendor on. And then also, as Mr. Santana mentioned, anything outside of that October to March would require the CEQA to be revisited. So they would have to contact the company that performed the CEQA to see if it does have any environmental impact on months other than October through March.
Sure, I understand that, but I guess I'm just looking at warfare tactics here. Every other month, we're still going to get the coyote. But if whoever doing the contract is, you still have a contract for every other month. You just don't have to do it every month. If we don't catch them on Sunday, as we catch them on Monday, that's just as good, because the troublemakers will be there. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to solve this problem in pieces. I see the data. The data says we need coverage at least 12 months of the year. I'm just trying to see, is there something that we can move toward, even if it's not consecutive 12 months, if it's every other month, but it covers a whole 12-month period, and you're only doing active trapping every other month, that sort of gets us there. And then those who do a CEQA to see, and I don't know if Critter Buster would say, well, every other month you got tear down, set up, that might cost more. We just need to know, what kind of technology is out there. Sometimes, you got surveillance with video, and you don't necessarily always have to have hardcore, laborious manpower to be doing this. You could actually, we're the 21st century. You have a video camera looking at these traps remotely. I'm just thinking, maybe we could.
Yeah, Councilman Chen, state law requires those traps to be checked daily. They have to be manually checked, and they can't be remotely checked. As far as I understand what you're saying with the 10 months, every other month, you're getting a longer period. But that would just have to be something we'd have to reach out to the vendor and see what a price, if it's different, cheaper or less or more.
Okay.
It's an option we would have to pursue.
And then is there an option if it's a human needs to check it? Does it have to be Critter Buster check it? Could it be someone else checking?
No, that would have to be their licensed trap. It's all regulated by the state of California and California Fish and Wildlife. It has to be, each trap is marked with their own license, has to be checked daily within 24 hours. And if it is checked and there's a coyote observed in the trap, it immediately has to be either released or dispatched. So if I were to go check it myself, let's say there's nothing I could do and I'd be in violation of law by not dispatching or releasing that coyote. So it does have to be their employee.
Sure, I say, but if you see a coyote trap, then the first thing you do is you call Critter Buster, right? That's all I'm saying. So you don't have to use their staff. If we have people across the city, there could be people, across the city who can notify Critter Buster as opposed to getting additional Critter Buster staff to look at traps every day.
It has to be done by Critter Busters. Whoever the trapper is, whether it's Critter Busters or another vendor, it has to be done by that company.
And you're sure that's the law, or that's just the way they do it?
That's what I've been told by both the vendors and by California Fish and Wildlife. We could look into it again, but that's what it was when we originally went to this program, and I haven't heard of any other laws changing.
Okay. Appreciate you asked the question. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Because I wasn't here when you contracted with Critter Busters, I'm assuming this went out to bid, and were they chosen because they were the cheapest? And are there other vendors out there, or are they the only ones around? Because when I was on council before, we did talk with them, and I saw the kinds of traps they were going to use, but I wasn't here when you did the contract for the 5 months. So were other vendors contracted out? I mean, was there an RFP sent out? How'd that go?
No, when in 2019, when that was done, it was a sole source bid. It was a time restraint, and Critter Buster was already familiar with the city and the layout and had already done a site survey. So it was not an RFP conducted. It was sole sourced out.
Okay, so maybe that's another thing we need to look at. How many other companies are there, and what are we looking out price-wise, and, if there are other vendors out there, and how do they operate? Just a thought.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Bertucci, something else?
Actually, I wanted to also emphasize the fact that this is, in my opinion, a public safety issue, and I really do hope that we don't start looking at this as a 70,000 versus 120,000 or 150,000, whatever it may be. I'm sure we can get year-round trapping done for under, let's say, $150,000 a year, and that's a very small price to pay just to have a little bit of peace of mind, because one incident with that involves a child is going to cost the city a lot more than that, and I just sure hope that we do take a proactive approach and something that can be duplicated across the South Bay and hopefully other regions. There's really no reason why we can't control the coyote population. I know there's outside forces saying that they were here first, and at this point it doesn't really matter who was here first. We're here now. Our pets are here now. Our children are here now, and their numbers are growing just too much. We need to control their numbers, and I think that's very evident in the amount of sightings and interactions there are with coyotes. So if I may, if everybody's done speaking, I would like to make a motion and see if I have concurrence.
Does anybody else wish to be heard? Seeing none? Council member?
Yes, I'd like to move that we instruct staff to look into the possibility of a year-round trapping, and also get a CEQA clearance for year-round. That once we come back with that approval or the green light, at that point we can go with a 6-month, 7-month, 12-month. So in other words, clear it for the whole year as a I guess a best case scenario. Then we can always discuss a shorter term. As far as budgeting, I think Councilmember Ashcraft brought up a good point. I think we do need to go to RFP for this. I think there's other companies out there that may be equally ready to take on the task. So I'd like for staff to look at the possibility of putting out an RFP for this as well, once we get CEQA. And I don't know if that's even a motion, but that's my motion.
No, I'm a little confused with that motion. We're going to bring back an item. Let me see if I can capture it. We're going to bring back an item to address the Coyote management plan with the intent to extend 12 months, compliance with CEQA.
Correct.
And an RFP to determine, the cost.
Correct. The cost, cost
okay.
and company that might be doing it.
Yeah, the RFP would be different companies. Councilmember Goodrich?
I think we may be missing a part of the original agenda item here.
And what was that?
Which was realigning the department.
I think we...
Oh, yes, and yes. And approve to go from the police department to community services department as the lead agency, I guess.
Okay. Did we capture everything with that? Councilmember Chen, I think he has something.
No, actually, I was going to second the way you worded it, with the addition of, moving the responsibility from PD to community service.
All right.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Right.
Yes. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
No.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury? Mayor, may I have your vote?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Goodrich voting no.
Thank you. And moving on to item 9C as in Charlie, then is to approve a designation of voting and alternate voting delegate for the 2020 League of California Cities Annual Conference. Item 9C is to approve the designation of the mayor as the voting delegate and Councilmember Kalani, who is serving presently as the mayor pro tem, to be the alternate voting delegate to represent the city of Torrance at the 2020 League of California Cities first virtual annual conference from October 7th through October 9th, 2020. The League requires City Council approval of the voting alternate voting delegate, along with proof of designation reflecting Council's action. The conference includes the annual business meeting in which the League's membership considers and takes action on resolution that establish League policy. Prior to the conference, the State Legislative Advocacy Committee will meet with staff to discuss and determine position on the resolutions and make recommendations to the Council for approval. As the voting delegate, I will carry out the city's position on the resolution to be presented. And of course, Councilwoman Kalani, as we've talked about, if something happens to me, you're the one. Are there any questions from the Council? Councilmember Griffiths.
Not a question, but I was going to make a motion if there was no questions to concur with your designation of Ms. Kalani as the alternate.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9D as in David. On June 23rd, 2020, City Manager Leroy J. Jackson announced his retirement to City Council effective September 30, 2020. Section 910 of the city's charter provides that in case of the absence of the city manager, the City Council may designate some qualified person to perform the duties of the office during the absence of the city manager. On August 4th, after interviews conducted during closed session, City Council unanimously approved the appointment of Torrance Assistant City Manager Aram Shaparian as the interim city manager. This appointment is effective October 1, 2020, and shall terminate at the pleasure of the council. Tonight's resolution establishes the monthly pay for the interim city manager position. Staff will proceed with the appointment of a permanent city manager as directed by the City Council. Does staff have any additional information they would like to add?
Good evening, Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. Katie Wan, City Manager's Office. I just wanted to publicly state that at the direction of our city attorney, he's reminded me that that the salary has to be read publicly. That Aram Shaparian, in his capacity as interim city manager, will be paid a salary at the rate of $23,617 per month for the performance of the duties of interim city manager, with the same benefits as delineated in resolution number 2019-89. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional information or any questions or comments from my council colleagues? If not, we'll take a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-87, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, appointing Aram Shaparian as interim city manager of the City of Torrance.
Now I'll take a motion to concur with the staff recommendation to adopt resolution number 2020-87, appointing Aram Shaparian as interim city manager. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to concur with staff recommendation and approve resolution 2020-89, appoint Aram Shaparian as the interim city manager.
I believe it was 87.
Oh, 87, my bad. I thought it was 89.
Okay, you're getting ahead of us. Have a second? Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9E as an Edward from Public Works to approve a categorical exemption under California Environmental Quality Act and award agreement for the Sepulveda Boulevard rehabilitation from city staff. Public Works.
Good evening, Shin Furukawa from Public Works. Item 9E is a recommendation to approve a CEQA categorical exemption and to award a Public Works agreement to All American Asphalt in the amount of $3,092,535 with a 10% contingency of $309,253 for the construction of the Sepulveda Boulevard rehabilitation I-172. This project involves approximately 2.5 miles of pavement rehabilitation on Sepulveda Boulevard from Hawthorne Boulevard to Western Avenue by cold milling the existing asphalt pavement and overlaying 2 inches of new asphalt. Work will also include pavement digouts, localized concrete repairs of damaged curbs, driveways, and sidewalks, as well as curb ramp upgrades. The low bid from All American Asphalt came in 18% below the engineer's estimate, which we attribute to the scale of the project as well as the current economic climate. Funds are available from the I-172 project budget utilizing Proposition C funds. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Shen. And thank you to Public Works for finally getting this finally happening. And I want to let my colleagues know that from other major streets that we repaired, the only thing that outnumbers the complaints that we receive to fix the street is the complaints we're going to get when we're fixing the street. Because we will get the text messages, the emails, and the telephone calls telling us, what are you doing? Why are you delaying me going to work or going to the shopping or whatever I'm doing? So I really look forward to this. Thank you finally for getting it before us. I see smiling council members. Councilmember Griffin.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly concur with your statements that this is a project that we're all going to be thrilled to see get completed finally. It's something that many of us have been talking about for quite some time, and it's such a heavily used thoroughfare through our city that I'm really pleased to see that finally happening, and happening, I think, sooner than what it was originally planned. The only question I have on it is apparently this is the same contractor who's doing the project currently in the Walteria area. And I was just wondering if there's any conflict with both projects happening simultaneously from the contractor being able to perform.
No, council member, we don't anticipate any conflicts. The way that the Walteria project is going, they're going to be ahead of this project, and so based on the fact that certain elements of construction, such as concrete, are done ahead of asphalt, by the time concrete is done on Walteria, their crews will be able to come over to Sepulveda if they're using the same crews. If they have a separate crew, then that's not even an issue at all. So we don't foresee any problems in that area.
Is there any penalties for slow performance or anything like that?
All of our projects typically have a liquidated damages clause if they exceed the contract duration. The contract duration for this particular project is 110 working days, which is about 5 months.
I say get her done. Thank you.
5 months will be going right by just like that. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also agree. This was a long time coming. I know it's, I did see some comments online about us spending money, but I'm really happy that this is actually going to be done. There's actually somebody that I know personally that almost lost her front end on Sepulveda Boulevard. That somebody is actually Councilwoman Kalani. But anyways, so if I may get at least for the public's sake, the funding for this, if somebody can actually please explain to the public where the funding's coming from and how long has this been in the works.
I can speak to the funding source. It's Proposition C funds, so that's essentially a tax measure that's based upon or imposed upon the county. As far as how long the project has been in the works, unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question. But like everyone has stated, it's a long time coming and it's much needed.
Definitely, but to put everybody's mind at ease, this is not just coming out of the general fund to pay for this. This is the money that was allocated through Proposition C, and we had to, I guess, apply for this, right?
Proposition C funds are distributed based on, I believe, a per capita formula, and perhaps somebody from finance can explain that a little bit better. But this is not general funds.
All right.
Councilman, this is Craig Belazarian. As far as your question about how long this project has been in the works, we had it proposed in the capital budget for the last 2 budget cycles, and we initially proposed funding for the design and the construction funds just became available July 1, and perfect timing for the bid process we have. And then the city does receive Prop C funds on per capita basis, as Mr. Furukawa said. We receive several $1 million every year that we actually have to propose eligible projects back for approval from Metro to make sure we meet the auditing requirements. So this is consistent with those terms and conditions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to publicly explain that, because I think there was a lot of rumors that we're spending money when we don't have it, that kind of stuff. So I think this is a great project. So I'm definitely in favor of it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And these funds are specifically for roads. You know, we can't use them to pay salaries. We can't use them for other purposes. We can't use them in the parks. We have to use them on the roads because that's where they're coming from. So, it's dedicated money, and that's how you operate a city. And we're cobbling together as much money as we can to fix the roads as quickly as we can, and we're getting there. They're getting a little bit better. Pretty soon we'll have to ask for a grade. A number of years ago, we asked for our grading, and I forget what the grading was. I think Councilmember Goodrich has a better memory for that. He was not impressed with the grade point we got. I think we were an F or maybe an E minus or something like that. And I think we're on our way getting a little bit better than that. Nothing else be said. I'll take a motion. Let's get this R down. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I move to concur with the recommendation of staff.
Councilwoman Kalani.
And I second that. Thank you.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Oh, yes, by all means, yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, thank you. Well, there are no scheduled hearings. There are no scheduled agency agendas. There are no scheduled second reading ordinances. City Council oral communications is the next item on the agenda. The first person up is Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask publicly if we could at least consider bringing back comments on the agenda items. I think from what we've been seeing over the last few months, especially now during the coronavirus pandemic, that the orals are being flooded by Black Lives Matter, and that they have a right to do that. I fully support their First Amendment rights, but unfortunately we're taking away the rights of residents that want to comment on these items. I got some messages tonight from people that were trying to call for about half an hour, busy, or on hold forever. Those are some of the calls we got. So they just hung up after about 30, 40 minutes. So I hope that we can, reconsider our position on that, and whether we cut the orals to 30 minutes, 1 minute each, but bring back the items discussion for each individual item, so that we can hear every concerned citizen during that particular item. So just for consideration. Good night, everyone, and I really appreciate you guys joining us tonight, this meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ashcraft.
Yes, thank you. Today, we celebrate 100 years of women having the right to vote. Yay for us. Good night, and stay safe. Wear your mask.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I think continuing on item 9A, I want to just applaud the residents of Torrance, at least for doing our part of holding our COVID-19 data counts down and keeping in control. Yes, we're all frustrated, but keep up the good work, and we will get through this. and hopefully at some point, we will have the right communication with the right folks who will look at the data, follow the science, and make a decision that Torrance has enough beds, intensive care, ventilators, and our cases are in control. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Nothing, thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Sure. I want to just, since we're talking about coyotes tonight, I want to remind people that it's critically important, if we're going to have good data, for people to call and report any coyote sightings to our hotline. Social media, as was discussed during the agenda item, doesn't really count towards our sighting information or data, and so please continue to use that. And I want to remind everybody too, in this time of the COVID crisis, to continue to support our local businesses as much as you possibly can and as much as you're comfortable. Obviously, paying attention to wearing masks and social distancing. Our local businesses, really, we want them to be around when all this is over. And I know I'm going out of my way to eat out more often than I would normally in my effort to try to keep some of our favorite restaurants alive. My waistline is showing it, but hopefully our businesses will appreciate it when it's all over. Thank you all very much, and good night.
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Thank you, Michael, for your help.
I'm kicking it in.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to take a moment to thank the residents and businesses of Torrance for their support of the Dare to Care program and for keeping us safe by wearing face coverings. I'm noticing the difference. And I want to also give a shout out to a gentleman on social media. I don't know if I'm allowed to say his name or what social media, but he just put a message out that if anybody was hungry, if anybody needed food that night, message him privately, and he would go to the store, drop it off, no questions asked. And that was a simple act of kindness, and I just want to recognize him for that. It just feels good when you see those kind of things happening. And if anybody witnesses an act of kindness, let me know, and I'd be happy to share it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. And those random acts of kindness are running amok in our city, and really, really happy to hear each and every one of them. And before I wrap up my portion of this, I do want to mention about the coyotes, and it's not just a trapping. There's also that, and the hazing, and whether you believe in hazing or not, whether it works or not, one thing that does work is not leaving food and water out for them. And I actually saw on social media that a number of people are purposely leaving water and food out for coyotes because they think they're hungry and thirsty. Well, it's counterproductive to what we're doing here. And all it's going to do is attract more and more of them to come there. So please, if you have friends and neighbors who have the goodness of their hearts, it truly is goodness in their hearts to want to do that, please advise them that it's counterproductive. It's not going to be good for the animal, because the results of that, if they get caught in a trap, is certainly not going to be what the well-meaning of feeding and watering a lost coyote is. So we are quickly approaching the start of the school year. In fact, some nearby schools have already started their fall semester, and although we may not see kids walking to campus, in fact, we don't. We may not. And the parking lots are all empty at drop-off times and pick-up times. The streets are kind of empty around our high school. I want to remind everyone to take their time. There still will be parents getting their kids to childcare, alternative learning centers, and then heading to work in the morning. Take your time. Be cautious while driving. Leave extra time to take that extra deep breath rather than hurrying about where you're going. We are very lucky to have a school district that has been working all summer to prepare a distance learning environment for our students. They have also created programming to support our parents on this distance learning journey, and have partnered with the YMCA to create childcare and distance learning support. I urge you to explore the resources they're offering. Please visit TUSD.org, for information about the parent trainings and also the YMCA child care program. Both of them are great. We are still navigating through this COVID-19 pandemic, as you heard earlier. And as a reminder, you can find links to county and state orders, including information on business reopenings at torranceca.gov/COVID-19. Please tune in to City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. or Friday through Sunday at 2 p.m. Replays are available on YouTube or on our Facebook page. And for the most up-to-date information, subscribe to Torrance Alerts at torranceca.gov/Torrance Alerts. We continue with our Dare to Care program and now have Dare to Care masks that we're giving out for free to those who are participating. Just share why you wear a mask on your social media or complete a random act of kindness and encourage your friends to do the same by sharing it on your social media. And don't forget to hashtag TorranceCA, hashtag Torrance Cares, and hashtag Dare to Care so we can find it and follow your good deeds and reward you with a mask that has our Dare to Care logo on there. With this heat wave sweeping over Southern California, we reopened or have opened a cooling center at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. The hours of operation will continue through Wednesday from 12 to 6 p.m. As a reminder, please be mindful of your energy consumption. Reducing energy could avert power outages during this heat wave. So stay cool, hydrate, take care of yourselves. And at this time, we're going to take a recess back into executive session. We will return afterwards to recess the meeting. So if you're so worthy, stand by. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. we're back from our executive session, and I'm going to advise you that there is nothing to report. So at this time, Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, August 25th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 p.m. In compliance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspended portions of the Brown Act, members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference and other electronic means in our continuing effort to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via City Cable Channel 3 Spectrum and Channel 31 Frontier, streaming on torranceca.gov, Facebook at City of Torrance CA Government, and YouTube channel Torrance City Cable.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Second. Roll call vote. Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. We'll see you next week. In the meantime, cover your face, mind your space, and we'll see you at the same place.